Good evening. Welcome to session number 13. Today is September 20th, 2024, 1908 EST. Today's weather has been honestly kind of a little unusually hot. Let's say that. Um, we're September and we're still getting summer heat, so a little questionable. But besides that, welcome to the part two of this illustration. So previously, where we're at, um, the previous session's milestone was to complete, finalize and colorized and digitize the character drift in the middle, which we did. And with the remaining time that we had, I've been able to get the background all sorted out, just have like the basic colors itself laid out as is. So we did a good amount of progress from previous session, considering I've been live for 4.5 hours, so that is quite amazing in itself. Now, when it comes to the current progress that we have, I did took some time, like a bit of extra time, just to add some extra bits. Just simply did some extra coloring here and there, nothing too drastic. But yeah, as I think you might know the plan for today, but I'll get to that in just a moment. But besides that, let's do the usual greetings. So, Daniel Tunes, more Ico streaming time. Yes, indeed. Nice to see you here. And hello, Shirley Vega. It's nice to see you as well. All right. So, nice to see you guys jumping in. Now, when it comes to, before I get to like the whole like basic procedures of what I usually say, there are some elements that I do want to quickly address. Some quick updates. So, as you can see, I'm not sure if you saw it, but I made some quick updates when it comes to contribution and also the whole loyalty thing. This is something I've been experimenting and trying to add in bit by bit. And the one thing I'm actually implementing in is the point system. I'm not sure if you guys can see in your end, but that's something I've now been adding in it. And I've also added one sound sample. I'm not sure if you're able to see it, but if you can see it and you can use it, then that means it works. Um, Again, this is just all experimental. Just want to see if it all works and you guys can see it. And there's that. Let's see. So we got that sorted out, and one extra bit, and that is the whole donation thing. So in the past, I've coffee to let the whole bot thing do the usual like come donate this sort of thing, and for that, I mean it's been great. I mean it did its job, and it was just a start at just getting like the whole idea of that out there. However, recently I've kind of added this new element, and I've worked around more with stream elements just to get an idea of that. So if you can see on the dashboard, like on the bottom, there is actually a new link for you to go and contribute. And what it should, hopefully it works, but I enabled text to speech for this. So right now it's set up to any amount. So you can do like $1, you can do like whatever amount, and it should enable it. I'm going to give a quick sample just to show you what I mean. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah, so hopefully that works. If by any chance, if you guys actually use that thing, and if it doesn't work, definitely let me know, and I'll try to fix it on my end during break. But that's something I want to try out and let you guys at least have some fun. Of course, as always, just be respectful. Just don't abuse it, and we'll have fun. Simple as that. Okay, those are the two updates of that. Oh, and one last update. One last update, very quick. When it comes to announcement, when it comes to streams, I'm going to try and change up some bits. So before, I tend to usually make updates like the day of or the day before. I feel like that's too much of a short notice. So what I'm going to do from now on is every Sunday, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, I'm going to actually announce all my sessions of the week by Sunday. So if I have one for Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'll mark it on Sunday so you guys at least know when it will happen. So that way you guys have plenty of time to reserve for that time if you wish, if you so desire. And I'll do the usual like announcement on Twitter saying I'm live like 5 minutes before it happens. So again, announcements on the week, announcement on the sessions of the week on Sunday, and I'll announce it on Twitter like 5 minutes before it goes live. Yeah, there's that. All right, that's all the updates for that. Now, for any newcomers, well, I'll just mention this very quick. So what we do is call rounds. So I'll do 60 minutes, 15-minute break, and we'll keep on repeating until I'm done. Simple as that. All right. So today's plan, the milestone, my goal is I want to have the background itself established. I want to have it all colorized. I want to have it all shaded. And with the remaining time that I have, I want to begin. I want to try and at least get this illustration at least 80 to 90% done. That's kind of the idea what I want for today. I'm going to be here until 11 or 12, so we should have plenty of time to work on this. All right, enough talking. Now we can finally get back. Now we can finally get to work. So let's see. Let's see, 1 minute. Let's get some. All right, let's try this. Pretty soon, I'm going to be adding more music in the playlist. So, for now, we'll just work with this. And hello, Catboy, next door. All right. So, for the first hour, my biggest aim is just to have all of the major elements colorized, flat colors. That's it. I'm not going to go too crazy with details on some of that. I just want to get it like all colorized and ready to go. So that's the plan. So one thing I'm doing a little different for this illustration is I'm not going to go too crazy with details on the background, especially the ones like way further in the back. The ones like that are close, like the pine needles and the tree that's on the bottom left, I will take into account. But for everything else, I want to try to keep this simplified. I want to keep this not too like ludicrously detailed. Let's say that. Because I mean, on one hand, I would like to, but again, I already said my piece on that. It's just it's best to just focus on things that matters the most, like the character and maybe some props, and that's it. There's no need to go overly detailed on things that most people will not actually think too much about. Yeah, with the branches and leaves, I'm not gonna go overly crazy with like specifically like the exact curve and like the exact arc. I'm just gonna begin by just working with the guidelines that I set myself, and then after that, it's gonna be just mostly kind of like free flow. But yeah, hopefully everyone's week this week has been doing pretty well. Um, I would say with my week, I mean it's not too bad. Thankfully, I've been able to catch up a good amount of things on my work end. So hey, that's great. It's just mostly we're entering like this sort of time where a lot of things are happening. Like a lot of staff members are coming back. A lot of things like happening here and there, and usually in September and maybe like during like the middle and end of the summer, that's when a lot of things has happened. Like people asking for last minute like requests on videos to events being covered, presentations, that sort of thing, and I kind of had to actually be there to actually film all that. I mean, I'm not really complaining, but it has been quite hectic, especially like the last 2 weeks of August, uh, which is why I haven't did any live sessions during that time. However, thankfully that's all sorted out and all taken care of, and here I am. And thankfully this week I've been able to take down some of the last requests I got from certain people, which is great because now with all that stuff out of the way, I can finally get back to usually when usually my workload back at where I work at. Of course, I'll just simply try and create like graphics and stuff like that for people like on the fly. But usually in downtimes like this is like the perfect time for me to actually sit down, plan up, and start thinking what else I can add or what additional things I can do to contribute my department, or what unique projects I can take that I did better, I could do more compared to last year. And I mean right now I have some plans here and there, and hopefully if it works out that means I get to do more fun things. Let's say a lot more cool things, because some things I do like to try and implement is maybe start doing digital illustrations. It's start using more digital illustrations rather than that. Yeah. Yeah, just also gonna need to find a way to tape this mic up as much as I can because the walls are here. It's like cardboard. Let's see. Yeah, at this point, just when I wanted to try to speed up this process, because I know that the biggest mistake I've made in, I already mentioned this, but the biggest mistake I made in my previous illustration was I over detailed the leaves, and what happens is it took me way too long. And I mean, I could do it again, but I already said my piece. So with this, I'm going to try like a new method of how to make this without going too crazy about like the exact details and stuff. Yeah, the branches, I feel like that's the easy part. Once you get to the leaves, that's going to be quite difficult because it's not just plastering on there, but I have to now think about shaping it up so it looks like actual leaves. So that'll be quite an interesting thing to tackle. Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, for now I'm just basically shaping out the branches as much as I can for now. Um, Most of this will be covered by the leaves, but it's going to be quite skeletal, so that'll be quite an interesting thing to handle once we get to that point. I mean, I'm not like mad or anything. It's just a little bit concerned because the last thing I want is spend like 7 hours on a tree. Yeah, I feel it'd be easier if just plaster all this now, like just slabber it all up, and do the cutting process after that. I feel that'll be a lot easier. Yeah, for this, I'm not too concerned if like outside of the lines that I set myself. Um, I feel like just not going that precise can help. Yes, not looking too bad, I guess. Yeah, one thing for sure. I don't want to make this like 2 rounds, so I'm going to add in like bits like that and see if it helps. All right, yeah, so it starts to be a little more convincing. So okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. So all I gotta do is just adding like these little shapes. Just don't go overly crazy with it. And if this does right, if I do this right, then this can help eliminate a good amount of time on this. Yeah, it's slowly coming together. Hey Echo, how are you doing? I'm doing alright. Yeah, this is Drift Loud. This is actually an art trade between him and I. So he drew all my boyos. So in return, I'm going to draw his character. And I mean, it's been a while since the last draw Longhouse characters. So I was a bit rusty at first, but I did manage to get through it. All right, we're through with the first half. Um, I feel like for the first round, I'm going to be taking care of just this tree, and for the next round, I can take care of the pine tree, the one that's next to it. Most of the extra elements that's on the lake, it shouldn't be that too hard. I mean, it's just add the foliage of the one down the lake, the little concrete barrel that happened like on the side, and yeah, that after that we can move on to actually uh, shade the entire thing. I'm going to take care of the I'm going to take care of the extra of those extra bits in the moment. For now, all I care now is just shaping up like all the excess, shaping off all the excess, and then with the remaining time, I can add the extra bits. Yeah, right now I'm just going kind of back and forth between mostly like zooming out just to ensure that the shape that I've done for this makes sense. All right, we got 15 minutes left. Let's try. I'm going to try and speed this up as much as I can. Alright, we got 10 minutes left, and I mean, I'm somewhat done with this, I guess, but I mean, we still got a long way to go. Okay, the overall shape is there. I just have to get all of the the insides out of there. So that's the next step. I mean, I'd say with the remaining 8 minutes we got, I mean, I'll just keep on shaping this down and move and continue on after round 2. Well, during round 2.
Since I've had you on my mind, so nice to feel, so nice to feel so real.
Yeah, so on this part, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take care of the big chunks that has like a lot of holes out of it, and I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna start with the top and just work my way down. And I mean, I'm just not gonna go. So again, I'm just going to take my time and just shape this down, like get all like the holes and all the extra elements like out of it. So that's what we're gonna do for the last 4 minutes. But I'd say I have a feeling that we may dedicate like just some like I guess like 30 minutes on this. I'm guessing, and then we can move on to the other elements of the background. So, I mean, it has to be done. So, there's that. Oh yeah. Whoops. All right. What I'm gonna do is this. Yeah. So if anyone wants to listen to that, you can. Let's see. For the next track, I'm gonna go something a little different. We need more variants. So let's go with what is something that I haven't played for a while. Oh, this one, this one. Yeah, we can play this. I'll play that at round two. For now, I'm just going to tone it down just a bit. So, um, just need to think. Uh, this is going to be for now until the end of the break. So, just something to tone down a notch. Okay, we're at the end of round one, so I've been able to get the basic color of the stems up above, and I believe this tree is like the most complicated part out of the whole thing, because the pine needles, well, it's pine needles. I feel like that one won't be as difficult because it's just mostly just a bunch of lines, but with this, like there's a lot of holes. There's like a the tree is not like a bunch of leaves. As you can see, if we zoom in right here, you can see that there's actually barely like any sort of like leaf hanging on this. So that's got to keep in mind with all like the extra like gap between them. So yeah, that's the progress we have so far. I mean, not too proud that I haven't been able to cover the entire canvas, like finish everything up. But I mean, it's an element I got to take care of. So there's that. I know that my tone is like not like a little optimistic. It's just I'm just trying to like a new method to speed up the process without indulging on the excessive amount of detail like I did with the last illustration. Like that's the trap that I don't want to um, get in. But in the let's spin this in a more positive notes. Okay, so we're on break, and I'll do the so usually in breaks I'll just give a shout out to the people that still sticks around and just like give appreciation to them. So the people who are around, we got Annie Draymond, Cal House, Shirley Vega, and the Cowboy Next Door. So nice of you guys still sticking around. So yeah, um, I'll be right back. There's something I'm gonna get something, and when I get back, I have something to show you. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I feel like today's session is going to be like too intensive or too crazy. It's just mostly just a continuation of this illustration, and after I think after today, I'm going to keep working on this on my end and just host like private sessions here and there. Because what I want to do is I don't want to exceed. Usually for these, I think for these type of sessions, I try to minimize as much as I can, because I feel like when you keep on making the same thing over and over again, especially if it's like a continuation of like the boring elements, I feel like that's a little too excessive. So instead, I think I'm just going to do only like part two, and that'll be it. So I don't pollute the feed with just like constant like stuff like that. That's kind of my idea, because I want to keep things fresh every time I come back in. So it's just something I've been thinking about for some time. But in a more positive note, let's see. Let's go make some. Let me just do this. What I would show is I can show you guys a sneak peek over what you'll be seeing on the next session. So let me close out. Yeah. So here's a sneak peek of what you'll be seeing for the next session. So this has been a sketch I've been working on for some time. Yeah, let me just do that. I worked on this sketch about a couple months ago. However, it's like near completion, but I think, if I'm correct, oh yeah. The sketch was almost done. However, Roll has announced his summer art trade thing, and when that happened, I could have had to pause this thing and focus on that, and that led me making Zaya. So, and after Zaya, I had to make Monty, and then after Monty, now Drift Loud. So I'm hoping that once I finish Drift Loud, by next week I can focus on finishing up the sketch and moving on to other things. But I would say, and yeah, the boyo in the sketch is Oswald Cullen. Yeah, so that's your sneak peek of what to expect in the future. So we're gonna take out that. Right, you also call me Mark. That's the end of my Catboy's name. Okay. I mean, Catboy. I think that's kind of like an easier name to say. But I'll try and call you Mark if I can. But yeah, yeah, I was greeting the my pals at the other session. Uh, looks like they're having fun. So I wish them good luck on their session. Yeah, right now I'm feeling a lot better. For the upcoming rounds, I'm gonna try to be more uplifting. uh, I know round one I felt like a little bit off. It's just um, dumb things happen, and this week has been hectic. But thankfully now I'm calming down, relaxing. And I think for the rest of the session we're just going to tone it down a notch and just relax ourselves. Let's not get too crazy with like no need to pressure ourselves. We'll just keep on working what we have and until we stop. So simple sad. Okay, looks like break time is almost over. So with that, we're gonna move on to round two. So round two, I have a feeling that a good majority of our time will be just finishing up, shaping up the tree on the left. And with the remaining time, I'm going to take care of the leaves up top, the pine tree on the right, and if I have some extra time, then I'm going to work on shaping up the elements in the background. I feel like for today, I think I see myself finishing up the background and adding like the light details, like the basic shading and the basic stuff like that. Hopefully, I can at least get the character at least shaded up or light, like have some elements shaded. That's that's um that's like a wish, but let's see how it goes. And again, I think that for now on we're going to have the song kind of like this. So let's get back to 1 hour, and yeah, let's have fun. Of course, I can always switch tracks if I have to. For now, I just feel like I want to tone it down a notch. Yeah, I kind of admit that there are times where I kind of try to pressure myself to at least get a lot of things done in within a very short amount of time. Like sometimes I tend to over promise myself and overdo like reaching up like kind of impossible milestones, and it is a bad habit I tend to have, but I try to at least not overdo it much as I can. Um, like whenever like like right now, the original milestone was to complete all the block like the old coloring of all the elements within an hour. Of course, given the details that we got, it's going to be a little harder to do that. So in that case, I have to remember not to beat myself up too much and just have fun. Just try and take my time and just go with it, because the end result, I know with the end result, it's going to come out well because of the time I put in. I just got to remember not to rush it. I got to remember not to over exceed my over promise myself, and we'll be fine. Yeah, I do feel bad. I kind of feel bad. Of the of how I behaved an hour ago. Like I didn't meant to feel like that. But hey, better now. That's good. That's good. All right. So, usually with what the mistake I've done before is I tend to try to be like extremely accurate with the leaves itself. Like I try to be like very precisely exactly like the right curves and the right positioning of the leaves of how it's formed. But later on, I kind of realized that there's no need for that because this is something I mentioned earlier. With it's something I talked about earlier in my last session, where usually when it comes to animators and like designers, especially like 3D like game designs, yeah, they tend to detail and get put a lot of attention when it comes to the most important element of the game, like your arms, the main character, that sort of thing. That's kind of the important part. However, usually in the backgrounds, they tend to not overdo it or not overthink, over detail that sort of thing because one, resources, so it doesn't overwhelm your PC, but secondly, it's kind of like a waste of time because what happens is you have a deadline and you want to ensure you get it done on time. So you want to have the most priorities and most time on the things that matters the most, and which in this case is actually well, characters and occasionally props that matters the most in the illustration. So those are the things that I need to keep that in my mind from now on, where I should not like go too crazy with the details and just go with it. I mean, if I have the time and I can do it, then I will. But usually for stuff like this, with so many other prompts behind, like on my mind, I don't have a luxury. So I just got to keep that in my mind because I'm not sure how many art trays I'm gonna get, but I do know that I think they want it like in a good time. But yeah, this after this track, feel free to suggest what type of mood you're into on the type of music you want to listen to. The one thing I have in my mind, something in the future, it's kind of like an idea that I thought in my head. Recently, at my job, one of the responsibilities I had to take in was, I think I mentioned before, but I'll just mention my story here, just so we have on record. Um, so last December, my supervisor that I had for 2 years, he essentially retired for good. And with that, he kind of, ever since he retired, he kind of left behind a good amount of stuff that he has in his collection. And I like to say the guy is infamous for being a hoarder. Like he has like 20 years of stuff that he accumulated from the department, from manuals to VHS tapes, blank tapes, DVD tapes. And when people tries to tell him like, "Hey, can you maybe you should consider getting rid of this stuff so we can get better stuff," he always ends up saying, "No, no, no, no. We might need it. We might need it." And I remember when he used to be my supervisor at the time, one of the things that he instructs me was to actually save everything, including the box, the manual, everything. So that was an instruction that I had to follow by from him. Uh, which I know my username has not my name in it, but is because like the Catboy Next Door. I like the Catboy Next Door handle. Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to remember Mark if I can. Um, I'm gonna apologize, but I'm not really good remembering names. But I'm gonna try. So I appreciate the clarifying, Mark. But yeah, ever since, so yeah, that was the thing I was instructed, and he has his closet. Well, he has like this utility closet that like has all of his stuff accumulated over the years. I only have the ability to see it maybe once or twice, and those like very rare occasions. Like he will never let anyone get to his closet. Like it's kind of his belongings and his stuff. So we don't dare to budge or do anything with it. But ever since he left, I remember the last month before he goes, I would see like 5 or 6 wheelbarrows of trash that he managed to dig out from his place, from like papers to old boxes, like a lot of stuff. However, when he left, he didn't really like got everything out of it. So when he left for good by January, I stepped in and decided to just simply have a look and just see what kind of stuff he has. And I was kind of shocked about stuff. Like he has like Apple cables to 5 to 6 boxes of blank DVDs, VHS tapes, DV tapes, um, remote controls, like 20 to 30 different remote controls for TVs and televisions, VCRs, sort of thing, DVD players, uh, tripods, a lot of tripods, especially like the legacy ones, 20-year-old camera for professional broadcasting, like so many stuff. And I was like so shocked, like, oh my god, what kind of stuff he has. And that was not it. Like that was just a closet, because he has like the closet that we have the doors, and in that place, he has like, oh my god, like boxes and boxes of VHS tapes recorded for 20, 30 years of the organization just sitting there. He collected catalogs. He collected instruction manuals that doesn't even like electronics that we should not at least have. I don't know, man. It still kind of baffles me to this day. Like, how come someone managed to hold that kind of stuff? I mean, the dude's nice. Like, he's a nice guy, but it's just that one quirk that people discovered and find a slight annoyance to, especially when it comes to getting new equipment. Like, he's kind of very hesitant when it comes to wanting new equipment. He usually, whenever someone asks him for stuff, he will resist, and then like the next day he'll just get the item and give it to you. It was that weird thing, but again, it's just that one pet peeve that I have on that time. But what the main thing that I had to add that contract because the main thing I was going to say is the responsibility that I have now is essentially archiving and digitizing all of these tapes that has been lost for years. I can't mostly events, people's recordings here and there, just the usual stuff. And what's kind of funny is that a lot of these tapes are found buried in trash. Some were buried like in boxes, magazines, like a lot of different places. And some of these tapes contains like a lot of like very valuable stuff that you would not expect you would not expect it to be found like that. Even like floppy disks. Like I found like pictures that came from 2003, which is like a rarity. So with all these tapes, and especially the blank tapes, I have actually been planning to repurpose them for future use. Like I'm planning to repurpose the tapes to make time lapse videos of my illustrations, to possibly stuff like that. More like production focused. It's just an idea that I have on my top of my head. It may happen, may not, but it's just something that I like to keep in the back of my mind. So what I'm gonna do this round is by the end of once we reach the 30-minute mark, I'm going to stop detailing the tree, and I'm going to focus on just shaping up the rest of the background, just so I have it out of the way. Because I know this is going to take me a while, and I don't want to take too much time on this. So that's the plan. Yeah, it's starting to look closely more like it's starting to look closely more like the tree that from the reference image I took. Yeah, I'm feeling like I feel a lot more happy with this. Like, I feel like with someone like this, I should not. I feel like I should have done like something that excessive in the past. Like all I had to do is just simply do like these steps, and that's how you convince people. That's how you convince people it's a tree. So I think that will be the new process moving forward. So that way, I don't lose myself with stuff like this. Yeah, so we got 4 minutes of this, and then I can move on to fix doing the rest of the plans. So I have them blocked out. Hello, King Ludwig, second of Bavaria. Nice to see you here. Okay, so I'm going to add this part. Yeah, so right now we're in the process. Actually, I'll show in just a couple minutes. I know I'm cheating a bit, but I'm going to. Yeah, um, I want to try and at least get a little bit more on this. Hey, y'all, it's me, Drift. Hey, nice to see you here, Drift. I see you're putting that Pretty Lake photo to use. Is this a commission? That's actually no. This is actually an art trade. So, Drift actually drew my Boyo character Oswald Cullen, and in return, I'm actually drawing his character. Hey, Ludwig, not from Beethoven. Which Beethoven? You gotta be more specific. Yeah, so as I mentioned, in 3 minutes I'm going to stop, and I'm going to move on coloring the rest of the trees. Catbot is probably referring to the name of the famous 18th century German romantic composer Ludwig Beethoven. Okay. the joke was it's either that or the dog, main Beethoven. But hey, other works too. 19th century. Yes, you're right. You're 100 years off. God, how dare you? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised how well this tree is coming together, despite with just this new method of just simply loosen up and not getting too specific on the details like that. That's how I think that's what's helping. Yeah, I'm just going to take care of this part very quick. It was a typo. Also, technically, Beethoven was born in 1600, but the height of the music career was in the early 1800s, around the time of the Napoleonic War. I see. I mean, it's kind of interesting that some of those composers, like, they began as such, but without. I mean, I feel like without the help with some other composers to help keep the music alive, we wouldn't be hearing them to this day. So it's kind of like, I guess, I mean, I feel like with those people, it's like they came in like the right time and scenario to have their music still be listened to this day. Maybe I think I'm just rambling in this part, but I remember watching Amadeus, and there are like composers like around him. I mean, technically, Amadeus does have some like historical fallacies in it, but if I recall, hopefully this is true. Due to like some composers like admiring his work and trying their best to keep the music still going, it became like a legend to this day. Like they kind of like helped it through history. I mean, it got me thinking. Like, I mean, besides the whole music thing, it's just I mean, it makes you think. I mean, all it takes is just the right people to admire your work enough to essentially keeping it alive even long after you're gone. Because I remember like the saying, like you die twice. One, by the physical form, and two, like the actual like concept form. It's like the moment when people start talking about your name, that's when you officially die for real. I feel like it went a little too somber in that part, but okay, that's it for now. For that, I mean, I'd say like what we got so far with this is pretty good. Despite like, uh, I mean, just by fiddling around with the whole like all that stuff, I feel like that's a convincing tree. Um, like it doesn't have to be like exactly accurate, but as long as convincing enough, that's all that matters. Once we get yeah, excuse me, sorry. Once we once I add in like the layers of color of the leaves, I feel like that's when it will start to pop a lot more. So I'm gonna leave it at that. For the remainder of the round, I'm going to move on and start coloring the leaves and take care of the rest of the plants as that. Also, it's just oh wait, I already read that. Oh, um, I think it's best for me to start talking about this now, like just in case. So, for this session, I've actually added some extra elements. So I've switched up the whole donation thing from coffee to stream elements. So you may see the advert in like the bottom, like on the bottom part. Um, with that, I mean you can contribute like any amount, but if you type in a message, it should be able to pop up with text to speech. So if you're interested, I'm not forcing you. The options there. One other bit is I brought in the whole loyalty thing where I think you saw with the pencils, you saw with other streamers where they just add in like the point system and you can play like sound effects here and there. I just want to confirm. Can you guys see that? Are you able to view it and use it in some way? Because so far I've only added one sound effect in it, but I cannot tell if you're able to see it or use it. And of course, don't forget to save because the last thing you want is your program crashing and losing like 1.5 hours of your work. I think it'll make a lot of people upset. Yes, it is true that the Greek European composer of the 18th 19th century had a very close network and interact with each other very often. It was most likely due to many of them being employed in the course of a very small number of royal patron where they will mingle. Hey, I would spot an epic lady very. I'm sorry, very. Whoa, I did not meant to read that way. Hey, I spot an epic lad, very cute Theo Melix. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, surprisingly, that's kind of like how the music industry is now. It's like, funnily enough, it's kind of. I feel like time hasn't really changed all that much on that part. It's just, I mean, nowadays you got people like. I mean, if that's what the people were back then, I feel like nowadays we got people like Kanye talking to Travis Scott, talking to Chris Brown. Like, it's a very close network because they're all collaborators and they essentially work with each other to make music, and also fuck Chris Brown. But still, it's just, it, I feel like nothing much has really changed in that part. It's kind of like how we are right now. Like, even here, like even though we're in a niche area, in a way we do work with each other in some way. Even though we may not like collaborate with everyone, we still contribute to each other in some way. So it helps. But it also does bring up the thing where I'm not sure how people feel, but when it comes to being independent, I think, from my experience, is it feels good to be independent. Like you're able to do what you want here and there. But I feel like I think this is something I've been slowly learning, where when you're actually part of a group in some way, like you don't have to 100% contribute to them, but at least like be there and have a good time. I feel like that also helps a lot more because I've always been like kind of a lone wolf for a long, long time. So the idea of me being part of like some sort of like tight group of collaborators here and there has been like a new concept for me. So I admit I was kind of a little shy at first because it's kind of like, oh my god, I have to really show myself. I got to impress the people to ensure my validity here. But thankfully, the people who I'm with are very cool, so I'm happy about that. And um, I do wish a very good venture with them. Also, to remind, I'll just repeat this for the newcomers who just came in. So there is like some slight changes. I already talked about the donation thing. I already talked about the text to speech thing. Um, some other things I also want to mention is when it comes to announcements on my live sessions, that is going to be starting next Sunday. I'm going to make some adjustments. Before, I would just usually announce the day of my sessions, like on the day or a day before. It worked, but for this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce all of my sessions of the week on Sunday. So starting next Sunday, I'm just going to announce all of my sessions that I will do on that week. So it could be on Tuesday, a Thursday, and a Friday. And I may categorize exactly what I'll be doing. I won't specify exactly who and what I will draw, but at least get an idea of what I'll be doing. So if you're interested on a particular thing, whether it's free for all, whether it's illustrations, or even a sketch, you can at least catch on one of them, and that gives you time to actually participate. Because I feel like the mistake I made is I made the announcements way too soon and a bit of a short notice. That unless you have a good job that allows you to watch your PC on any time, or if you're off work, then having to adjust all that schedule is kind of like big hectic. So I think have announcing it like on that day and let people have the time to just do whatever. I feel like that'll be the better approach. So that's the adjustment. That's the adjustment I'm gonna make on that part. And also, like I said, I did add in the loyalty like the whole point system, like the pencils, like the other people did. So hopefully you guys can see it, and hopefully you have fun with it. Also, if many of the compositions they wrote were technically liturgical music, like Mozart Requiem Mass, which helped spread and preserve their notoriety throughout the years due to their songs being played regularly in churches, cathedrals across it. Yeah, that's also another thing. It's just the right application on that also helps it keep the longevity as is. Um, it's kind of like I feel like that's kind of like how it's nowadays with radios, or in some cases like live stream music. It's just when you hear it enough and when you play it to a mass people, you're bound to get like someone to at least be mesmerized or be interested, or at least be like feeling nostalgic as time goes by. So that's like another thing. I mean, my history with my knowledge with classical music on that time is I'm kind of like limited on that part. So in that, I'm just kind of like speculating and just taking my spin on what I think on that time. So unfortunately, I don't have much knowledge on that part itself. I felt like I should have done this in the first place. That I say it sounds weird. I'm very curious, Ludwig. What part of topics of history that you're personally interested in? That I'm actually very curious myself because I mean I personally enjoy history myself on certain topics. For me, I just enjoy it because I enjoy like getting the better context of what's happening on the modern world itself, but also just have like a nice insight what people used to live back then and give context on certain things and how things were made. I feel like just having context and like on that part really just interests me on that regard. I mean, even though I don't speak of music, I honestly really like the ABN tunes they've been playing the stream on the one last Friday. Will cover Lexi and have anything. I like the Lausanne video game music, like stream it. It's funny you mentioned that because um, my choice of music is zany. Um, I'm give me 1 minute. Come. Yeah, that was worse. That was what I was referring to. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but it's funny you mentioned that because my choice of music is actually based on my hatred towards streamer music. Um, I guess this is what you call like a boomer moment because I grew up the time in my profession. Um, I grew up the time when I used to watch like Cartoon Fridays at 7 p.m. and Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon at the time, and I remember the music people. I feel like I enjoyed like the whole professional production behind those things. Like everything's well structured, everything is according as is. They have a set date, and everything like is all set in stone as is. And I love that because I can actually reserve my time to actually sit down. Like for example, if I go to I know it's a sidetrack, but I want to give some just like extra details in that. Um, like for example, like every Friday back then, they do what's called Cartoon Fridays, where every Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, well, that they will show new cartoons and sometimes specials, and they will tell you like, hey, here's a date, here's a time, this is exactly what we're gonna do. That allows me to actually take the time to actually go like come back from school, eat whatever, get myself a Gatorade, make popcorn, and then sit down in front of the TV and actually do that. I feel like I just love the impression. I love the like having to reserve your time, having to actually schedule ahead and get ready for that one particular thing. Because unfortunately nowadays everyone's very busy and we all tend to have thousands of other things to do. And this is mostly based on observation and maybe me just being like a little pessimistic over modern media, which is nowadays at one hand I do feel like a little blessed how the whole like media itself has been democratized, where essentially anyone can live stream, anyone can broadcast like whatever videos and stuff they want. They can rant about like UFOs, they can talk about like the ancient Egypt, they can talk about the weapon system of the Colt 1911 with the Norman 40 round magazine that was developed and only two prototypes of that exist. You can actually do anything with that without the fear, without the need of funding, without all that stuff. That's the positive thing. Now the negative thing for me is I feel like it kind of diminishes and kind of trivializes the entire aspect of it. Maybe it's just me being like an idiot, but it's just that when it comes to crafts like artwork and all that stuff, I really do want to ensure that everything is all set in stone, and I gotta make sure that what I do is meaningful, because I was hammered the idea, and kind of myself, it's just I have to prove, I have to really show my work, otherwise I won't make it. And whenever I see people who takes animation as a joke, who just willy-nilly just draw things here and there, or just talk about the surface level stuff and just simply treat it as a joke, it actually makes me pretty upset. And I don't want to go much in detail, but just say it stirs me the wrong way. It's just that the whole art medium itself is beautiful, and the things that let people do, like the benefits that come from it, from helping yourselves, achieving something great, finding a unique problem to solve, like it's like a unique puzzle, and of course meeting the great people you can meet from that. So I don't like it when people just treat this as a joke and kind of just throws in elements like left and right and just call it a day. This is why I'm telling you this. Well, one, I'm an idiot, but two, it's just it refers back to the, I know wow, it's like a loaded answer. It refers back to the whole, like what you just said. It's just, I feel like with live streaming, it has now become quite saturated, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. Everyone wants to become the next PewDiePie. Everyone wants to become the next SQC, whatever. And yeah, I mean, there are people who just live streams and they redeem themselves by being a good personality, and for that I congratulate them. However, still, it's just both on my profession and also things I grew up with. It's just that when you're at the camera and you're actually live streaming something and you want to show something what you made, I feel like if you want to do that, why not go all the way? Why not just simply just go full 100 and just really make it yours? And whenever I see, I know it's like I'm going all over the place. It's just that I want to make everything all mine. Like, I want to make sure that everything that I've produced and every decision, from music to sound design, audio, everything has to be reflected on me, because this is my stuff. I have to really show that this is all mine. Like, I put the time and effort to do this. So whenever I see like a random streamer that just simply throws something like what's it, popular lo-fi beats music 24/7 royalty free, that sort of thing, it feels like they just do it because that's what's expected from them. That's what everyone's doing, so therefore I must do it, that sort of thing. I don't like that. I prefer to simply take, even if it takes me like a month to figure it out, I prefer to find the tracks that I will listen to, something that I will actually want to listen, and that will reflect best on me. Because I love R&B music, I really do. I will listen to it like every day, a good amount of time, to help alleviate myself. So why not I include that to my playlist? I love electronic music, but the whole chiptune beat boop thing, I mean, it's cute, but it's not my thing. I love electronic music from Gabbard, Gefaffelstein, Angerfist, Neophyte. I love that. So why, I mean, why should I resist myself from doing it to appease the people? Like, to appease, like, point being, I want this to be myself. And I mean, sure, my decisions and some stuff that I make may be questionable, and not everyone will like it. But I prefer to do things myself and things that I will be very happy of, rather than putting on a mask and just being a person who I'm not. Because, in my opinion, I feel like that's the worst way to go. Hopefully that answers your question or your concern. I know I just I kind of blew up a bit, because holy shit, I didn't mean to do that, but it's just that's how I feel about that. It's like, whenever I see people just throwing like a random track here and there, it reminds me back to the to the people I used to um, be against with. Let's say that. Okay, let's switch to some more positive light. Let's let's move over the rant. Let's move over the bitching. And yeah, I love ambient music. I really do. How do I'm going to rebound myself from this one. Um, what I would say is, um, I have personally enjoyed ambient music for quite a while because my life itself has been quite chaotic and quite busy, and you have those times where you want to try and slow down, and you want to try to actually relax in some way, because I feel like once you actually get too excessive on certain things, you get burnt out. Um, okay, we're at the end of round two, so I've managed to get the tree almost done. That's actually, well, I just have some extra bits to take care of, and the leaf up top is done. All I gotta do is take care of the pine trees, but that should be like easier. But until then, I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll go from there. And as usual, I'll do the usual shout-outs to the people who still sticks around. I apologize for my weird-ass rambling. That came out of nowhere. Oh, hey, Intrusive. Alright, so I'll do the usual shout-outs. So, let's see. Calhow, King Ludwig, Second of the Bavaria, Shirley Vega, Cowboy Next Door, and Weemoot. Thank you guys for still sticking around, and didn't mean to went crazy over that. Let's see. My introduction to the whole ambient music is actually quite interesting because when it comes to relaxing music, 10 years ago, I've used to listen a lot of like lo-fi beats and trip hop. That was what it used to be called. Um, Back then, Adult Swim, they used to do these sort of bumpers where it's just a stock image or a photo they took, whether this is Japan, Mount Fuji, or maybe some picture in the hoods, and they will play like a lot of like lo-fi and kind of trip hop type of beats, from Nikurosaki to wow, it's like so many, Ghostly Swim, like those type of people. Back then, I mean, it was the idea of lo-fi or that type, like the 24/7 train ambience isn't a thing back then. So that was like the only way of me to be indulged in that sort of thing, Adult Swim music. However, during my search and while like looking for every single song I can find with the old YouTube MP3 play conversion, I came across like some other songs from chill albums to even ambience. I think my first exposure to ambient music is a band called Bleeding Heart Narrative, and one of them was, I think it was called Cat in the Forest. The first time I heard that, I was kind of confused because this is a time when I was like very into electronic music, so I tend to expect like drops or rhythms here or there. So that was just something I was expecting. However, when I first listened to that song, I was so confused. It's like, wait, what am I supposed to listen to? So I didn't really quite get it at the time. However, later on, I think I later discovered ambient music by accident, because back then I was getting into like the whole audiophile thing with the whole like FLAC files, like lossless files, not vinyl records. So what I tend to do is I looked up a website where you can actually download FLAC albums for free, and I would find like the usual like trip hop or maybe that sort of song at the time. But my first exposure of ambient music is actually an album called The Unintentional Sea. I have the track, so after this one, I'll play that next. But after listening to that, I remember like the first time I heard it, I was crying because of how beautiful the whole thing was. Especially when you're in the right setting to listen to that, like the right location and the right place to actually listen to it. That is like how it sells. Ever since I got hooked with ambient music, so I try to find other albums other albums I can find, or stuff close to that. Other stuff I found is the Divided Circle, North Hunt, NYX, which I'll get to that in a moment, and a bunch of other stuff. And it gives me an appreciation on the whole ambience and the whole tone of it. Like, I've always been a fan of like the whole mute and dystopian type of aesthetic, but with ambience itself, it really does help with that thing, like that missing stuff, that missing element that I was looking for. Because this is gonna sound very dumb, but during that time, I couldn't even go outside without feeling like some sort of anxiety. It's like a mix between like being surrounded by people and also like every time when you're out, your mind is like constantly racing. So that was a trouble I used to have back then. So when I remember a couple times I would listen to ambient music, whether on the bus or whether like out and about, and that's helped me a lot. And that's how it is able to help me on actually getting out of the house a lot more because of it. But also it's like very meditative, especially getting like when you're trying to think of like, once you listen to ambience and once you like lay down in bed and stuff like that, it kind of takes you like another world, and that's one thing I love about it. But the one person I can think of that really helps enforce my love of ambient music is a YouTuber that goes with the name Podel, like Podel, Podel. He used to be called Blazing Scrubs. He used to do like a lot of montage parodies back then, but now he does like a lot of parodies using CGI. But one video I remember him saying, one video I remember from him was why you should listen to ambient music, and the things that he explained, and considering the profession that he is, it really helps me get an idea of exactly what I was looking for. Like that sort of ambience, the whole atmosphere, environment type of world, the whole subtlety, the whole emotions that brings you in from that. It's the thing that I was looking for. And one album that he recommended was called NYX. I forgot what it is, but I have it in my playlist. I think thanks to him, it kind of like stables the idea. It's like, okay, if we're gonna do this, if I ever want to do live streams, it has to be ambient. It has to be something that I like. So that's the idea. All right. My little rambling is over. Let me read back what you just what you just said. All right. My historical interest is pretty varied, and they do shift from time to time. But broadly speaking, I have to say that political history, architecture, animation, art, history are subjects that I'm mostly interested in. I used to be very military history, but I kind of gravitated a bit away from the recent years. Let's see. Lately, I've also been getting into local history as well, especially 19th and early 20th century history of lumber, mining, and farming in towns of Oregon and North Carolina. This is the type of towns or regions that I do plan to set my story in, and I want to design a town, a small city, and surrounding villages to get my boys' adventure in Hey Weymouth. Okay, yeah, I would say for your first part, Ludwig, I personally enjoy a good variety of history myself, from weaponry to, yeah, of course, like maybe battles here and there. Political history is also pretty interesting, especially getting the context of exactly like what led to the conflicts that we are right now, but also not just nationwide politics, but also international politics, from the whole conflicts, like conflicts from other nations here and there. That is also very interesting because it's not just, well, sometimes political history can be quite somber and quite be depressing, but it really does help give like a good narrative and good idea of what led to say conflict and understand better of how did it happen. Because thanks for my interest of actually looking up to like history, like the Gulf War, to conflicts that happened in 2016 and 17, that led to inspiration to some stories that are based on that event itself. So I feel like it's a very good avenue and a very good kind of material to actually dive in and really explore. And that I really do enjoy myself. Architecture, I personally enjoy as well, especially when it comes to urban planning and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not like fully indulge in it as I wish, but I do like watch some like brutalist art to like independent like architectures here and there. So they're pretty interesting, and that's something I do want to dive into more once I get into 3D modeling, because I love the idea of making your own world, like your own specific type of architecture or something like that. That's something I would love to play around with more. Animation, I did take some animation history myself, and I love like the whole context, and gives you like a better understanding of why the animation is from the 50s era, the 60s era, the 20s era, like why those times, why they exist, and what led to their decisions to make the animation as is, whether it's for budget reasons, political reasons, economic reasons, or business reasons. Um, let's see. Lately, I've also was what you said. Like, it's funny how you mentioned local history, because that's something I've also been interested in myself. I actually need to get into that soon, because in my local town, we have our own historical society where they will actually showcase like artifacts and stuff that happens in the local town itself. This town is like maybe 300 years old, somewhat, so it has a good amount of history, and the people who manage this are very nice people. I happen to participate and cover one of their historical events, which was a sideway amusement park that a family built. It's one of those side attractions, and there were two amusement parks. Unfortunately, one of them is no longer there. But just hearing like the whole history, how it's all made, what led to this sort of thing, the issues they had to deal with, and especially like it's not only learning about the history, but also take an appreciation. And this is more my thing. I would love to actually like kind of digitize it and actually recreate it in some way, because one of the things I love about 3D modeling is that aspect. So one thing I would love to do someday is, like, for example, there's site attraction amusement park. I would love to get access to the blueprints. I would love to get access to like all the reference images and stuff that they still have, and recreate it in 3D and use it as a nice way as a visual representation of that time. That is something I would love to do myself. Same thing. I could say the same thing with other projects here and there, like the infamous Donda Academy, because I actually collected some videos from YouTubers who actually explored the campus, and they happen to slip by blueprints of it. So I would love to take that, recreate that campus, and use it in a story, because I have an idea of what story that will be used on that part. Local mining towns, Oregon and North Carolina, the type of town regions. Yeah, it's funny how you mentioned that one, because that's the same thing I did with my part. Most of the stories that I put in is based on towns and cities that I've been around with and actually get into. For example, like the story Cells, where Oswald Cullen and N-11, those people, they're in Berlin, New Jersey, and I used to work at that town for a short time, and being able to research more about the town and understand like that town is like the middle point between Atlantic City and Philadelphia. It's like the middle point, kind of like a good side attraction. It's like a good like a side attraction and the middle point between those destinations. I feel like that's like a very interesting thing to say, like interesting tale, because that helps add in like an extra factor for the story and the settings. Another story that I have in mind is, it's not like it's still in the concept form, but that this one takes place in the city. The one another story called Interpolacion. It's still like I'm debating the location, but I wanted to be in Philly because I used to be in Philly for a good amount of time, mostly for college. But I would love to see like what you have in mind for that one, especially like having it illustrated and actually being part like. Details is one thing, and accuracy is nothing. But putting it into like a very visual and like engaging sort of thing, I feel like that's also like the best thing ever. Because the thing is, we can spend like 5 years writing like 5 books about a location or the history of the character and the history of the story, but if you're unable to produce it to make it easy to consume, easy to digest, then I feel like all this falls apart. I remember this quote from Terry Davis. Even though he has some questionable beliefs, considering he has a schizophrenia, but besides that, I feel like my favorite quote from him was, "An idiot worships complexity. A genius pursues simplicity." And it's kind of interesting because he later goes on saying, "Yeah, I know timer's out. I just want to finish this part." I know he went on and saying how usually like geniuses, they try their best to take very complex ideas and simplify it to make it easy to understand. Because when you do that, you will actually gain the attention from people, and you'll able to influence them. You'll able to get more people involved because of it. Meanwhile, usually people who don't, let's just say people who are like ignorant or aren't too familiar with the subject, they tend to overcomplicate and add in like fancy words and terms to make it as if they know everything. And it's kind of scary knowing there are people like that, but it's interesting when you think about it. And that's kind of what I try to do with my presentation and how I do things. I want to try to make it as transparent and very clear as I can. I don't want to make it very cryptic. I don't want to make it very like a pretentious. I don't want to make it pretentious. So that's kind of like the aim. That's kind of like the biggest thing I try to do. Like, I like having fun, and I like the details and really explore things. But the important part in the end is to ensure that the people understands and just get an idea of what I'm trying to say. All right, rambling's over. Okay, we're gonna enter part 3. So we've completed the tree almost and the leaves above. For round 3, I'm hoping to get the pine tree itself complete, and with the remaining time, I want to start colorizing the lake in the middle, the little barrel on the side, and that should be it. I feel like we only have enough time for 2 more rounds, so let's try to get a move on this. So I'm going to hit the timer and let's go. Whoops. There we go. I'm also going to open the doors so I can ventilate, so I can have this room ventilated, because right now it's 29.5 degrees Celsius, and it's not good. I feel like the easiest way to do this is we're going to do this. I'm going to focus on just the branches, just so I have like a blueprint of exactly where to position it, and then I can move on to get the leaves. So that's the plan. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of work to go through to figure out exactly what to tell the story, and I have in mind. To be honest, the story is really in early development. I don't have a script yet, and just kind of mishmashing of notes along with the concept pieces of several characters that I commissioned from Roland Dallas. I see. I mean, the best way I can... I mean, the only thing I can address to that is... when it comes to my stories, it's most... I usually base it on things that I've witnessed or personally experienced myself. So anything that I've experienced in my time, from like bad jobs to like romantically or something like that, if it's like something that I feel like it's something worth to tell and something interesting, then I feel like that'll be like a nice story to talk about, because it'll be something nice to actually relate. But it doesn't have to be personal, but sometimes it can be like a very interesting topic that I've researched or learned about that makes me kind of like want to go, okay, that happened. Let's see what happens if this happens, or what happened if this event occurs that led to this conflict. So it's kind of like exploring a topic and expanding on it in a very good narrative tale. I think that's the best way to how I process. But I do wish you good luck on your part and see what you have in mind. And definitely do share me the commissions you got from Roland Dallas, because I'm curious what what your characters look like. Thanks, Ludwig. I'm actually looking forward to what they have in mind. I mean, I know that. I mean, I already know. I think your people know this. Like, right now, my commissions is currently closed because I have too many things in queue. But when they open, I'm pretty interested what you to, I'd be interested to try and design your characters, um, under my wing. But yeah, I mean, still, I'm very curious what they look like from their decisions. Yeah, all I'm doing at the moment is just simply just getting the branches up in place, so I have an idea of exactly where to put the pine needles, leaves, I guess, in. I mean, they may be blocked out, but at least I have an idea of where to put them. Oh, one last thing. Uh, from this track and the one before, it came from a composer that goes by the name Obsidian Soundfields, so I'm going to type it in. So if you wish to listen to them on your own chord, you can. This person is a very good composer, and he has produced a good amount of ambient tracks, like I think maybe 40 or 50 of them already. So the dude's really good, and I'm planning to utilize him more for future sessions, especially like slow, more chill ones like this. So that's gonna be the plan. All right, that's the end of Acidium Soundfields, and right now I'm going to switch over to the ambient track I've been talking about. So this is, let me see, ambient. Okay, so this one is kind of the ambience that I love. This is personally my most favorite album related to ambience, and this is from Rafael Anton Esarei, The Unintentional Sea. I think it'll be easier to make the two layers. One just to have the pine needles out, and then one just to cover like the more thicker areas. Yeah, just the texture itself is enough to give that sort of prickly effect. Because Because I know that if I just keep on like doing individual pines, they're going to be here all day. So I want to think of a smarter way to do this. Yeah, now I can take out the guidelines. So yeah, it's starting to come together slowly. I feel like moving forward, if I ever want to reference on backgrounds, then all I gotta do is just make the guidelines of exactly the positioning of of the main elements of the background, and then I can detail in the rest under my interpretation. That way, it reduces the amount of time of making it pinpoint accurate and just focus on just making a convincing background. Also, I want to apologize. I'm not going to be speaking as much. I'm actually going to lose my voice because of all the excess talking. But I'll try to talk sometimes. I know it's not looking too convincing at the moment, but just give me time and I can make it work. I kind of got the gist of the shape. I'm just going to add in the second layer where it covers the top part of it, I guess. Mostly the cover leaves, and then we can move on to the next. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, I feel like I should have done this in the first place. Yeah, it's starting to look a little more convincing now. think for this one, I'm going to spend maybe... Yeah, I'm going to cheat one more time. I'm going to spend only 5 more minutes on that, and then I'm going to stop, and I'm going to move on to the stuff in the lake. Yeah, I think that's convincing pine needles. I want to pause on that. I'm going to move on to the stuff down here. Alright, we're almost done with the blocking on most of the colors here, which is good. All we gotta do is just add that part in, and I think with the remaining 5 minutes, we can just simply take it down a notch. Hang on. I'm gonna switch back to the. So before I continue with the song, I'm going to let's see. Uh, so that was Raphael, Anton Irisari. So yeah, if you're interested on listening on that album, um, there you go. So I'm gonna move on to the next track. We're just gonna go back to Obsidian Soundfields, and I'm just gonna pick a random track on here. Okay, we're in the end of round three. I'm just going to spend like a little extra time on this part, and then we'll conclude. Well, not yet, not yet, not yet. I have one more. I can do 1 more hour. Give me 1 minute. Okay, this is gonna be the last break, um, and then we'll do the last round. So I'd say for today, while I haven't been able to reach the point of actually doing the shading of all the things, at the very least, I've been able to block out the color of all the elements that's in the illustration itself, which is good. Um, all that's left for me is what I want to do is I want to take care of. I want to finish up that tree on the left, and with the remaining time, I'm going to take care of taking care of the floor that Drift is sitting. I'm standing. I'm sorry. So I think that'll be the last bit I will take care of. If I got some extra time, then I'll play around more with like the shading of the leaves here and there. But really nice idea with the background based on photos you took. Thank you. Um, okay, I'll get to that point in the moment, but I'll just do my usual shout outs to the people still sticking around. So, Annie Draymond, Cal Howe, Ken Ludwig, Second of Bavaria, Shirley Vega, and Catboy Next Door. I appreciate you guys for still sticking around. Uh, right now it is 4 hours and 12 minutes that we've been live. Well, I've been live. Um, Not bad. I mean, bit short, but still. Um, but I still got the hang of it. I mean, thankfully it's Friday, so um, it was nice to watch while gaming. And I appreciate that. I feel like this is like I think from now I think sometime in the future for future sessions we can do more of like more laid back kind of tone, kind of like this, because usually it doesn't have to be like extremely like all impact and energy. I mean, if I'm tired, that's one thing, but we can have these times where we could just tone it down a notch, especially if we have to get to details and just just shaping up the entire canvas illustration itself just to make it look appealing much as possible. But nice idea with background based on photos you took. Yeah, it's just I got the idea a while back where back when I used to do 3D modeling and stuff like that from places, I remember our professors kind of emphasizing the idea of making sure that the stuff we take is kind of our own from the assets to references, some of that, because like one of the things you do in 3D modeling is, of course, you got to texture the model as is, and I remember back then, like nowadays with 3D, like the whole 3D texturing, like there's websites dedicated to it and stuff like that. But back then, there wasn't much of that. If you want to have a texture on a model, you have to essentially take the photo of yourself of the texture or steal it on the internet. And I remember they emphasized a lot of not stealing things online when it comes to taking textures, some of that, because people don't take that lightly for obvious reasons. And that got me the idea ever since. It's like if I ever wanted to make an illustration, like an illustration, I have to ensure that everything is 100% myself. Of course, it's not possible on everything. Like I don't want to own a position of firearm just to get a reference for Oswald's for Oswald's piece. But I just like the idea of having to go out and actually get the photo itself because, for one, I feel like it's a lot more personal and a lot more yourself because you took, in my opinion, it feels like you took the effort of actually going out and finding the right location just to take the right moment as is. Because, I mean, yeah, technically I can go to Pinterest or Google and just reference a forest and just call it a day, but being able to go out and explore the town around you and capturing like elements of like landmarks or maybe a specific part referencing the town you live in, I feel like that is a lot more personal and really emphasizes a lot. That's what I tend to do as well with my work. I like to reference on things that are based on towns that I've been in and places that I live, like currently living. So if I want to, like for example, the early illustration that I made of Zaya throwing a frisbee, actually I can share it right now. So let me just pull up my thing and let me show you. I know that my voice is like a little bit off because I've spoke a little too much, so I'm trying to be careful of not talking too much. Let me go to Zaya assets. No, not that one. Let's see, version 1.4. Oh wait, that's an alpha. No, never mind. Hang on. Version 1.2. There we go. Your voice sounds coherent to me, at least. All right, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm just trying to be careful of not being too loud or harsh now because my throat, like I said, is giving up. But yeah, here's something I wanted to show you. So you're familiar with this illustration I made earlier. This is an art trade I did in Roll's little event during the summer where we kind of partner up and we have to make an art trade between the two. So I was selected to art trade with Curry and I made his OC Zaya. So sorry, I had to just get some water. So there's some things I've added to make this a lot more personal. I mean, yeah, I could just simply go out and just get. I'm going to throw this in just so you know. I'll explain that in a moment. I mean, yeah, I can go out and just simply just get like a random pose on Pinterest and just draw the character and just draw a generic frisbee with a beach. I could do that, but I felt like there could be more you could do. Like there should be more. I feel like to make this more personal and more of yourself, like more original, I feel like one way to do it is to actually reference on an existing location that you've been in, or like referencing on things you like. So what I did on this one, yeah, I mean, I have Zayas throwing a frisbee. I mean, that's one thing. But the elements I took from this to make this as is kind of, in my opinion, unique. So the background itself is actually based on a photo I took, actually like, what's it like, 5 or 6 years ago? Let me go back. Um, Actually, here's a better example. There you go. So this is the photo I took back then. I took this like 5 to 6 years ago. This is a this was located in Brigantine in Atlantic City, so I was there for a time, and I love how like open the space is, like the sun, all that stuff. You got Ocean Casino right there, and of course you have like all those buildings. The one thing that I love is like the unique architecture that's located in the city itself. Like this is off the shore, and these buildings are like nearly like some are pretty ancient in some way. I took it, and while looking for the background, originally I was about to go out to like the boardwalk to take a photo. Unfortunately, it was raining at the time, so I had to go through my archives, and I found this photo. And I loved how open the space is and everything. So I just simply reference on this element right here, like the buildings itself is unique. I don't think any other building out like besides Atlantic City has that. You got that casino that only that exists there. So yeah, I kind of drafted based on like the best of my abilities with that. Um, and with all those pillars, like I feel like that alone helps to make it a lot more unique. And this frisbee, okay, I admit I went a little too excessive with the details in that. Um, I personally never owned this frisbee, but I I personally really have it. I have a big interest of learning about the history of toys, from tin toys to like Wemo, Marks, Mattel, that sort of thing. So I figured, why not just reference an existing frisbee that existed at the time. So after researching for a bit, I looked up I looked up some frisbees, and this one came to mind. So I heavily reference this, not exactly like this model. There's different variants of it. Whoop. Well, don't want to close that off. And yeah, it took me a while, but I did it. I went as far as like getting like the patent, like all that stuff. Um, I mean, it was a lot of work, but I kind of feel proud of what I made. And of course, like that little. This is kind of like a paid tribute to the to the brand, because this is actually a very popular brand in Lake City. Like if you go to a casino, like a Ocean Casino, for example, this is like kind of one of their like popular things. Like if you go out to clubs and or DJs, you'll see people repping the this brand itself. So I thought, you know what, this is a nice tribute to that. But it's like a little behind the scenes of how I made this illustration. So I personally enjoy. I got the idea a bit on certain designers who kind of reference their past and how they grew up. It's kind of like a unique connection in some way. The best way I can describe it is like how rappers, whenever they, like back then, like if you listen to like P Diddy, or I'm sorry, like Tupac. Oh, don't, no, not P Diddy. No, 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 no. No, I am not going to. Sorry, that I don't know where that came from. No, fuck P Diddy. Um, okay, if you listen to people like Tupac and Puff Daddy, some of the lyrics they tend to, what year was this frisbee scene supposed to be set on? Uh, Honestly, it was supposed to be like recent times. Like it's supposed to be like taking place like today. Uh, it's not as simple as that. I just like referencing this little frisbee because I love history. I love learning about history of toys. So I just threw that in there. Um, but yeah, with the like if you listen to like Puff Daddy, for example, he'll sometimes reference in the lyrics about him growing up to like in New York or like some stores and some streets that he's in. So if you're in that town or if you happen to like know that place, you have that deeper connection. It's kind of like currently with Kendrick Lamar. I remember, I mean, I personally don't listen to much of him, but for what people have said, he will sometimes take a lot of references of his time, his hometown in Compton, including referencing and even bringing in people from that city, like actually like very inspirational and influential people that actually wants to help a town, from like the clown to like the unique dance that takes place in Compton. I find that as a very unique and a nice way to tell where you came from and kind of like a nice paid tribute to where you are. So I like that element a lot. So that's why I try every time I make an illustration, I want to pay homage to where I live and in a way just simply make it more personal. And who knows, maybe if someone who lives like around the town or at least like in the East Coast, they can at least get the idea or the reference of where I'm of kind of like where I'm at. I feel like this is something I feel like this is like a nice way to show like to share and not be afraid of personally, because I don't know, just something I like to implement with my work. So there's that. Um, but of course, like I said, there I have took other photos during that session, and there are pieces of this. There are some photos that I will definitely work with on future illustrations, but not for today. Okay, we are in the final round, so I'm going to put this away, and we're gonna move on to here. Okay, so we're on the final round. We're for this one, I'm going to do this. I'm going to finishing up the tree on the left, and with the remaining time, I'm going to begin shading the the background. I'm going to focus more on the floor where drift is standing. I want to at least establish that, and then move on with the rest of the foliage. I don't think we'll be able to get everything done today, but at the very least, I can at least get a good amount of things done for today. Um, I would say this is going to be the last. This is going to be the last session you'll see of this illustration. After this, I'm going to be doing this off time and sometimes maybe in private with my Discord server or other servers. But for future sessions, it's going to be something completely different. So look out to that. Yeah, like I said, I just don't want to overdo with like continuous parts of the same illustration because I feel like people will get sick of it. So I'm going to do just simply want like just two max and then move on to the next. Simple as that. That way we can keep the ball rolling and show off more cool stuff. All right, I'm going to stop talking. We're going to begin working on part 4. I'm sorry, round 4. You can see how you can see how like a little bit off, but don't worry, I can keep pushing. I can do it. I can do it. I just gotta believe it. I just gotta take a deep breath, and then let's go. We got this. Yeah, I can relate to the trope of wanting to include nods to the town, the area that you're from in your art, especially if it's a place that you have very fond and nostalgic of. I mean, that's true, in a way, funnily enough, there comes a time where I actually want to leave the town because I guess you could say I was heavily unsatisfied with the living standards I was in. It's like, I mean, it's not like I live in a rough childhood, like a rough area. It's just mostly there's barely anything to do here. It's like I'm in the suburbs and there's you can barely do anything like here. So I actually had thought of maybe moving to Colorado or Canada or possibly like somewhere like remote, like somewhere like very isolating. That was the original plan. However, I found opportunities here, and I found reasons for me to stay. So I stayed. And plus, it's like a good benefit because that I've been able the place I'm at. I mean, I have the ability to actually go to Philly and New York if I so desire. So I mean, there's benefits of living here. So I'm quite happy about that. But yeah, it goes, and also it's like a nice way to show that you can be. Another thing that I also like is, I mean, this is gonna sound very cheesy, but just showing like where you are and kind of like pay tribute to your town and stuff like that kind of shows that you can essentially you can essentially do this anywhere without having to rely on just going to Los Angeles or New York just to pursue your dreams in some way. Because I remember like, I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, but when you're at the time when I and at a time in college, I remember people saying like, if you ever want to make it in the industry, you have to live in Los Angeles, you have to live in New York just to actually do it. And at the time, like, it does sound promising, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to do that because I feel like I'm kind of torturing myself to actually do it. I don't know. It's like there's a lot of downsides of actually the idea of living in New York, living in the city, and considering I lived in Philly for 4 years, it's like I had my time there, and I don't want to go. I don't want to stay there. So it's like, yeah, I prefer to stay back where I'm at. I, I'm not sure if it's like the right decision or a bad decision, but I would say, I mean, where I'm at now, I'm pretty happy about it. I mean, the fact that I'm able to do this and the comfort of my own home is great. I mean, not have to worry about the constant, like, the sound of buses, stuff like that, all the crime, all the weird crimes that happens here and there. Like, I mean, I'm not talking, I don't want to talk too much smack, but it's like, I had my time, had an experience living in a city, and I mean, there's some benefits here and there, but honestly, I'm pretty much used to living in a more quiet town. And one last thing, I know that New York. I'm sorry. I know that New Jersey tends to have like a lot of it tends to have a bad rap of like it becomes like butt of the joke by many Americans. Um, so I thought, I mean, just show off and say like, hey, I mean, there are some good things here in New Jersey. Like there are people here that actually give a shit. I mean, so I guess it's like a nice like head like a nice way to combat that, because like people tend to think like you have to go to New York, you have to go to Los Angeles, or you have to go to like these big metropolis area to be somebody. But I heavily disagree. I mean, now you can essentially be anywhere and just have something. I mean, I can tell you, like in New Jersey, we got Little Peep, we got the Sombrados, um, we got some good people here. Rest in peace, Little Peep. But still, it's possible now. Okay. Good thing is, we officially got it. We officially took care of it. So, next up, I'm going to begin detailing the floor. I feel like it would have been more sense if I just simply did the hard brush. I feel like um, I should try and dedicate more on the hard brush, because the pencil effect has been great, but I don't think it's been very helpful lately in certain illustrations. So I think moving forward, I'm going to try and move away from the pencil as much as I can, and get back to the usual like hard line effect. I mean, it's just an idea. Maybe I won't fall through it, but I'm just not happy with the results I've been getting lately. Yeah, I want to get like a decent medium. I want to get like a medium tone on the thing before I go a little crazy with all the details and stuff. That's the aim. Now the question is how we're gonna do this. To be honest, I actually really want to move away from the town that I'm currently at. My parents and I moved to Woodensville, Washington State from Los Angeles about 25 years ago, and when I was 9 years old. And back then, it had a calm and somewhat small town feel. Nearby Seattle was safer and cleaner back then too. It was oh. However, over the last past decade or so, overnight sprawl has largely swallowed my town, resulting in a culture becoming very cosmopolitan and tech bro oriented and roads becoming way too crowded. Woodensville lost its charm and Seattle has gone way downhill and is overrun by drug addicts, political. Yeah, that's the part that I was afraid of. It's just that. It's just. Funnily enough, I had considered moving to Seattle someday, like years ago, before I thought the idea of like essentially moving away to an isolated town. Thankfully, it didn't fall through with Seattle because, yeah, people are saying that it's not a good place now. But I feel sorry about that. That's the thing. It's like when you're in that cosmopolitan area, it's like you end up surrounded by those type of people, which I honestly personally loathe. Um, it's a tough thing. It's a tough scenario. I mean, I didn't. I mean, I only been the only time I've been to Los Angeles is like through an airport, and that's for me going to Las Vegas. So I don't have too much knowledge of exactly what Los Angeles actually is. I mean, all I know is too expensive now to live. So there's that. I mean, funnily enough, um, I mean, based on like the eras I'm at, I mean, it really depends like where I want like I had like multiple ideas of exactly where I want to go. In early days, I thought of moving to Seattle. Like that was like the early idea. Then I thought about moving to Maine. That was the next location I thought of. But during my kind of like not best times, the one of the places I want to go is actually Fugu Island in Canada. It's like a very small town, like very isolating, and I felt like that was like the perfect time. I feel like that was like the perfect. That could be the place to essentially exit society. Not really like that. More of like the best like isolating town to get away from. I mean, to this day, I still want to go out. I would still want to go to Fugu Island and have a look at myself because I'm very curious of that place. I mean, it has a good hotel. Don't get me wrong, but it's just I need to find the right time to do it. But time has passed, and I've been going left and right of exactly where to go. Today, if I have the ability to move, I would have to say possibly either Colorado or maybe Canada. Like, I know it's weird to say, but I find like that place a little promising in some way. I I'm just throwing ideas out there. Like it's not like confirmed or something like that, but just an idea. I have very fond memories of my family vacationing Oregon coast and visiting my aunt at some old town in Ashland in South Oregon. So that is the place. I think I want to really relocate to the towns in to have more historic charm and more affordable to live, and the people and by and large seems more based. Well, interesting. Um, I mean, I would say, I mean, here in the East Coast, there are some good historical like charms here as well. I mean, you're in the town I'm at. I mean, there is some of that. Berlin also has that. So, I guess we also have our own like historical charm, especially East Coast. I mean, we're like part of the original 13 states, so you can find it here. Um, I mean, I cannot help you exactly where to go, where to find, but I mean, if you dig down, you might find it. But hey, I mean, I personally, I would be personally interested to check it out and see like that place you're talking about, possibly get some additional references and ideas here and there. You know, it's kind of funny. I will not name the name of the website, but if you know, you know. But this forum that I used to be at and I used to communicate in, one of the people who was there, he has a similar kind of mentality as you, Ludwig. Um, he actually lives in the East Coast, more northern, but he is actually he too lives in like a very remote like a small town in itself with a lot of historical things. He claims himself to be a traditionalist, but he uh, he has to be gay, but he enjoy he tends to draw like a lot of like 50s and 60s style comic characters, not like the cartoon, like very cartoony thing like Dallas and Gas, but more of like damn. Hang on. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue. Um, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, you can see like how fried my brain is right now. Like I can't even think the name of the cartoon I was trying to talk about. I will find it. Clutch Cargo. That was it. It's kind of like that. Clutch Cargo. Um, so if you know that cartoon, it's kind of like that, minus the creepy mouths. That sort of style. He drew that. Um, I mean, I don't know. I don't remember the name anymore, and honestly, I don't know if he's in that form anymore. But if I see him, I'll let you know. Would be nice if there's a way to light this up. Yeah, I'm just trying to find that right balance of not making it too much, but just enough. And yeah, I think probably a good decision of you not to move Seattle, even if you're more into tech-oriented culture, is so freaking expensive. Like, basically, yeah, that's the thing. It's like now New York is now selling like apartments like $400, $500 a week, a month, just to live in a closet. Like, is that bad? I mean, I can't even fathom just the idea of it. And honestly, like I said, it's just. I mean, now I've been able to do this without the need of going to a city. I've been able to live comfortably here, like, without going there. So it's like, what's even the point now to actually go there besides the connections? It's like, I don't see the benefit. Plus, I have people here that I really do, like, I personally love that are here. So, what's kind of the need for me to move for that? I mean, I have people here and people like close to me next states that I would love to. I would love. I mean, that is just. I just feel like there's no benefit for me to move out for now. Let's say that. Yeah, so instead of constantly fighting through the eraser and some of that, I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to try and do this. So we got the first layer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that and I'm going to overlay on top of it. So we should have like a good contrast between these two elements. I'll take care of the rocks in a moment. And And one last thing, it's like I personally enjoy tech a lot. Like my profession involves IT, so I kind of have to. But still, it's like, I mean, there's a difference between like people who loves tech and actually are passionate by it, and then you get the tech bros that, you know who, that I had to encounter myself, and I used to work with people like that. It's not a fun experience. Let's say that it's not. I keep repeating that word. It's not a fun. It's not a fun experience. So, oh boy. Okay, this is gonna be a little challenging because we have that element up, but now I got to add in the gray area. So let's see how this goes. Alright, I'm gonna try and do this. Hollywood and the old guards, probably both giants, are dying under the weight of their own hubris. Controversial political message for the center projects from by financial decision. Us rather collaborate with people like you, Raul, Dallas, and Jake to create funny. Well, I mean, it's just. I mean, there's a lot to that. The issue with big studios is, well, a lot of questionable decisions, but there's a lot more factors to that. I mean, the biggest thing is that the bottom line to everything is maximize profit, and to do that, I mean, they have to essentially try and appease everyone as much as they can. But the issue is that when you have too many corporate people and too many talking heads, like too many heads on like the project itself, it kind of really hinders like the creativity of the original vision as intended. And I'm not gonna go too much into the whole politics thing because that's not where I'm at. But I'll just say is, there do exist companies out there who actually are kind of like affiliates or people that tries to kind of like persuade of changing some elements in the game or a game or something like that. I mean, and the issue is that, I mean, it's no problem of including people. Like, I'm okay with that. But the issue is that when they kind of artificially starts putting elements in this, so that's the part I feel like that's kind of questionable in itself. But that's like a factor. But it's just too many factors. Like it's like a corporate world. Like they're too out of touch. And when you have a very big team like that, you don't really have that much room of creativity in itself. That's the issue. It's kind of the reason why Ubisoft has so many mediocre games, is because, I mean, they have a very, very huge team and they can't really move around that much. But in a small studio, you're like a jet ski, so you can essentially go wherever you want. That's the reason why we got Digital Circus, Killer Robots, to like these independent animators. Like, they can create more creative stuff because the risk is not that severe. In my opinion, I feel like with big studios, they're playing way too safe, and they try to appease everyone, but in the end, they appease no one. So I'm sitting by that opinion of mine, because it can be quite it can be quite a rabbit hole, and uh, I I already had dealt with that bullshit, um, set like 8 7 8 years ago, and I don't wish to repeat that era. Yeah, I know that kind of company you're referring to, and yeah, they suck. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it looks like you know. Yeah, I'm gonna keep on with the whole ambient tone, so we're gonna switch up. We're gonna to add another one. Alright, see ya, Cal. Yeah, so I'm trying to add like a reasonable amount of like dirt, but a good like just trying to find a way how to do this correctly. Because it's working, but it doesn't feel convincing. That's the issue I'm having now. Wow, I can barely open my eyes. I got this. I can win. I can win. Someday I need to study how other people do dirt, because I feel like my method is kind of low excessive, but still it will be nice to know exactly how they do it, because I'm feel like I'm struggling a bit on this. All right, I think I'm slowly getting it. I went from like feeling like this ain't gonna work to like yeah, this is gonna work. Okay, I don't have to. Shouldn't make it like too excessive. Yeah, I feel like this isn't working, so I'm gonna have to reduce the intensity. Yeah, this is working. This is working. Yeah, it's like a lot of footsteps, but I won't be able to. I don't think I'll be able to illustrate all of that. All right, let's try the highlights. Wow, this hour is passing by so fast. I didn't have time to put the rocks in. I'd say with the remaining 10 minutes, I'm going to focus on the rocks. Just I want to have them. I want to at least get them included, just so we have, just so I know, I can take care of shading them up, um, in the future. Your work looks pretty so far. I haven't seen any backgrounds from you yet, but this one looks great, especially with the details and texturing. Thank you. I mean, you can. I mean, I have my previous illustrations with my gift art with Roll, Zaya, Monty. So, I mean, you can view those examples because those are actual images that I took um, and use them as the illustration. So, you can. I mean, I guess those are like the best way to describe of backgrounds I use. If anyone's asking, no, it's not poo, it's rocks. Okay, the rocks are established. All that's left is there's like this little okay, so let's see. I feel like this is too rough. No. Just very slightly just add in the texture. Just that's what I want. No rough, no roughness, just slight subtle texture. Yeah, I'm getting rid of like the harshness of those. Okay, while it's not exactly like it's not exactly like the footmarks, like the markings in the actual canvas. Um, I did my best. Okay, we are at the end of round 4, and I think that will conclude today. I'm going to remove all the elements. Okay, so this is what we got so far. Not too bad. And considering we've been here for 5.5 hours, which is okay. Um, I mean, I say we have good progress so far. I did color up. I did color the background. Like everything is all shaped up, and right now I'm in the middle of actually doing the shading of the floor, and I'm almost done. So I feel like I'm kind of like 70% done. All I gotta do is just finish up um, getting getting all the lighting, like the shading, lighting, highlights of the trees, the pine trees, and then the character. Like I'm saving the character for last because I need to get an idea of the background, like what the whole thing's about before moving to that. But considering I spent only 2 days on this and this is the result I'm getting, well, 2.5 days, I feel like I'm pretty happy with how this is going so far. So, um, yeah, I think from again, this is gonna be the last live session that you'll be seeing of this because after this, I'm going to focus on just doing this on my own time and just um, I may do it. I may feature it in like private Discord groups here and there, just to keep my motivation up and just show people what I've been doing. But yeah, hopefully Drift will like this, and yeah, there isn't much really to say. I pretty much said my piece. I'll just remind the audience one more time. So moving forward, any future live session announcements, I'm going to announce it on Sunday, and it's going to mention like all the sessions that will be happening within the week. That way, people will know, and they will know like in advance. So there will be like no like last minute like craziness and stuff like that. I just want people to get the time to actually mark their calendars if they wish, if they so desire. I don't like the idea of last minute notice, so I'll make that. But yeah, um, I'll give the final shout outs to the people who still stick around in the end. So we got Annie Draymond, King Ludwig II of Bavaria, Shirley Vega, and Catboy Next Door. So yeah, you guys, wow, you guys stuck around for that long. All right, there isn't much really to say, but I appreciate you guys for sticking around for this long. I'll post this to. Thanks for the live stream. It was fun chatting with you, and you are an interesting perspective thing. Thank you. Thank you, Ludwig. But yeah. Again, thank you all so much. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna try and eat something before I pass out, because it's gonna be quite a day tomorrow. But I'm happy I made this far. So, nothing much said. Have a good night.